And we're back. We're back for the afternoon. Did everyone make it over here safely? We're doing a little bit of housekeeping in the courtroom. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, everyone. So glad to see you made it. I can already see that StreamYard is having issues, so I'm assuming it's not just me. So just let me know that you can hear me and that everything is going according to plan because it's not on my end. Shocker. All right. Looks like maybe it's setting up. StreamYard. Issues, always something. Thanks, Cam, for gifting 5 memberships. Appreciate you so much, as always. Sarah and Shock and Horror gifted 10 memberships. You're the best. Thanks, Sarah. And to the 15 new members, welcome. New York Mom became a new member. Welcome. Those of you who don't know or who are not aware, I am in an unofficial competition with Vinnie Politan to beat him in the YouTube subscriber race. We're getting close. He doesn't know anything about it, so Um, if you would be so kind as to hit the subscribe button below, it would really help me in my personal quest to have more subscribers than Vinnie Politan does on his YouTube channel. He has about 1,000,000 followers on Facebook, so I can't beat that, and I don't really like Facebook or do Facebook. But for YouTube, it's kind of fun. Kind of a fun, friendly thing to do here. All right, they're checking on their audio as well. We hit 65,000 last night, you guys, so that's amazing. This channel is just a year old. It's just a year old. If you missed something in the morning, Wendy, you missed a lot. You missed Cousin Tommy and you missed Eva, Doug Benefield's daughter's testimony. I know Vinny has no idea, right? Vinny has no idea. Oh, thanks, Coffee Nut. No, he does kinda yell sometimes, right? "No insults, please, you can do it." Or have they started insulting already? Has people Team Brittany, have people already started? No insults. We don't do it. Mayhem like Meg. Did you watch this morning or you didn't watch this morning either? Very interested. Very interesting things happened this morning, including Cousin Tommy.
On Sant.
Here we go.
And the
jury's not in yet.
it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines.
The pages.
Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge. We're in agreement.
All right, so everybody's okay with it?
Yes, sir. Bring them in.
It's like we're always complaining about something. We're complaining about the papers in front of the mic, but so many times we can't hear at all. So many times we can't hear at all. So it's better, I guess, that we can hear, but when they rustle those papers in front of the microphone, it's maddening. I feel your pain. If you guys noted, I don't know if you guys noticed this morning, but I dumped an entire giant cup of iced coffee right on the carpet next to me right as we started the
Amongst
morning
yourselves or begin deliberations.
I kept going.
Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about.
No.
Everybody says no. Where we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
This will be the neighbor. I believe this is the neighbor who made the 911 call. We are on real time, folks. Oh, Ernie Birdie, you spill your coffee every day. I don't mind so much, but when it's on the carpet, I'm just like, ugh. I'm just gonna rip up all the carpet and put in all the faux wood floors, which I started doing in my house because I'm sick of carpet now.
Use your right hand, sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, yeah, call me up there.
This is John Sant, first witness
My
of
name
the
is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. I've been told, sir, that you may need some assisted listening devices. All right. Here's a pair that you can use.
Put that on. Just keep this facing forward. It should be good.
Thank you, Neil Campbell, for that.
As you see, you might have to turn them around the other way.
This way?
Yes, sir. I think that'll work better.
Oh, look at Ashley. She's like, this man helped me when I ran over there.
And the deputy will
Done.
show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud? Okay, sorry about that.
This is volume control.
Okay.
Make sure to keep it forward.
All right.
All right, sir. Does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
I
fine.
apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. It's okay.
Rain of rain. My problem is I talk with my hands, and so I just knock things over. Yeah, it happens.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, and we'll be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please state your name.
John William Sant Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T,
Where do you live?
in 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood,
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door, and kind of startled me. But it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window, and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there, and I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. I just, nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you to scoot up a little bit. There you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the
It's
pounding
fine.
started again.
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay. And you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay. So you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What
And
did you,
And I looked out again, and then that's when I saw someone. I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay. So you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting.
Well, they were sitting.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time
I had an issue. I have an issue. All right, who's got a Mac out there? I lost my Google screen because something else opened, and now I have two screens open. I lost my tabs. I can't find them. How do I get them back? Who knows how to get them back? Sometimes I kick myself out of the stream. Sometimes I lose so I don't know where I am. Can't find the tab that's open with the StreamYard. It just disappeared. Where did it go? Come on back. Give me a second. There we go. All right, now that's back. No, I lost the other one. Hit the Chrome or Safari bottom right. Click on your screen. Yeah, I did that. Go to the bar with your apps. Top or toolbar does you bring all to the front. I tried bringing all to the front. The problem is that I moved like some of them over. And let's see, hit the Chrome button. You guys are good. You guys are good. Did someone say go to a bar? I'm in. Click outside the screen. Oh, there we go. Yay. Now they're all on one thing. Now they go there. See? Oh, yay. One of these days, you guys, technology and me, we're going to be really good friends. And then it's going to be really dangerous. Then I'm really going to kill Vinnie Politan in the subscriber hunt. All right. Let's get back to John Sant. He seems like a very kind man. Ashley smiled, and that made her seem very human, in my opinion. Everyone smash the like button. And he said something about going to get his gun because he thought it might be a home
I
invasion.
got the door open, she was.
So let me just take this back for a second because I got distracted while I was trying to find my tab. All right. Here we go. He's talking about when Ashley came over to his house. He's the next door neighbor after the shooting.
The stoop.
Okay. So you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting.
Well, they were sitting.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor, yeah.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did
and that's good so that he doesn't have to point at her. You know how they say, can you identify the defendant? And then he points at her. And that was a smart move by the defense attorney who said, we're going to stipulate to her identity so he doesn't have to do that.
Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me, and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually,
Where was that weapon?
it was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it, where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed it lying there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
It was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but Then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It was on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, "What condition is Doug in?" And she said, "I don't know." Or she said, "Don't know." Excuse me, just don't know. I said, "Where's your mother and Emerson?" And she said, "At the park."
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter.
Yes,
Okay. And she said at the park.
at the park.
And at some point during this conversation, when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay.
After listening to the tapes. So when the prosecutor prepped him, she had him listening to the 911 tapes. He's the caller who called 911. And he didn't have any independent recollection, but he's saying after listening to the tapes, I could hear it, but it was really faint. Interesting.
Did you call 911?
I did
Have you listened to the 911 call?
many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know, it's a disc, I guess.
It's a
Oh,
disc.
okay, yeah.
The 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you
Sure.
remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own
Okay.
voice.
Does David enter it in
He's
State's
like-
Exhibit 1?
He's not a lawyer. He's
Oh.
like, this is a pretty stupid question. Yeah, it was me. I recognize my own voice. Is this a fair and accurate representation of your 911 call? He said he's listened to it many times.
Judge.
We received?
State's Exhibit 1.
No, Judge.
We
No objection.
received?
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount, any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay.
I don't think that was helpful
At
for
this
the
point, I'm going to
prosecution.
publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally,
He wasn't
you
done.
are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water.
This judge is very accommodating to the jury. Thanks, Joanne, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing and generous. Thank you. Welcome to all the new members.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her estranged husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay, I don't
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KMT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband.
Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay?
Okay.
Which screen is this for?
The 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the police?
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
He's concerned for her safety. He's the next door neighbor, and he's telling the 911 operators that he is armed just in case he comes over and tries to hurt her. He believed her. Why do I see so many people in the chat who don't believe her? And if you're new here, this may not be the place for you. We have a lot of survivors in the chat, many survivors in the chat who have told their stories. And, we're not playing that game of she's a liar. So if that's the game that you want to play or the comments that you want to make, please go find yourself some other coverage. There's plenty of it out there. You can hang out in the law and crime chat, and I'm sure they tolerate that over there. We don't. This is the third witness in the prosecution's case. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this,
But
whatever
they're
happened.
running it.
Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey, sit down. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
Yeah, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Well, the police are going to want no problem. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no... Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before
The
they get back from the park.
deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to. So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into the, is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? On the left.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
No, I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
The
want?
sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah.
What
They
do you
just
want
pulled
us
up
to
to the
do?
other address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you. Okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just become, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and just calm. Okay. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when.
Okay, there's Doug's daughter, Eva. I don't know if she's ever heard this 911 call before. Didn't they say she was not allowed to sit in the courtroom? Why is she in the courtroom? Didn't they say she may be recalled and she was not allowed to stay in the courtroom? Do you guys remember that right before the break? All right, I had to take a break from that for a second to take a breath. Okay.
And they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, geez, we got to get a hold of, don't go out. Until this police officer comes and look.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. Mm-hmm. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another police officer.
Is it just in inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now.
Okay.
Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. Neither one of them are moving.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time, when to come out, okay?
Okay. Honey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down, hon.
Okay. Now the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay?
You want her to go out?
Yes. They want her to come out with not
Out of my house?
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you're gonna have to go out, okay?
And they want you to stay inside.
Now,
Okay.
put your hands where you can see them, okay? All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
Oh, I don't see him anywhere. She sure this isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female
You
only.
stay inside on your hand? I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the, with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees her now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay?
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now, I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
here they come now. Oh.
All right, folks, just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy. You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No,
Okay. Did you see any blood on her?
no,
Okay. Did she complain of any injuries?
no.
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
Not that I know, no.
Okay. And eventually, did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Okay, he is going to cross. All right, people are sobbing. That was really, really hard to listen to. Let's take a breath for a second before we move on to the cross. Thanks, Danielle, for becoming a new member. Coffee Addict said many parents don't fight in front of their children. That doesn't mean there's no DV. Joanne, any man or woman punching holes in walls or ceilings has DV in their character. GP Dog Drool says this is the prosecution's case. They aren't trying to give credit to DV. You're correct. So I think most of the witnesses that have testified so far have been helpful to the defense. Let me know what you think. God bless this man.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
Thanks, Cam, for pointing that out,
And Mr. Sant,
because there's a lot of people in this
I
chat
don't need to keep
that have joined us for this afternoon session, because I guess they weren't here this morning, who don't seem to believe her. They're thinking that I've already made up my mind. Oh, that's a great song. If we had a playlist, She's Already Made Up Her Mind by Lyle Lovett. Anybody know that song? I love Lyle Lovett. Sometimes we need to take a break. This is tough material. This is stuff that needs to be talked about. It needs to be spoken about. Because still in 2024, there are people out there who just assume that a woman is guilty when she claims that she's a survivor or the recipient of DV, let's say. I have the National DV hotline number scrolling along the bottom. So thank you, Cam, for that.
keep startling you. I apologize.
That's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's what I was thinking, Margaret, because of Amber Heard. But I mean, listen, innocent until and if proven guilty. That's what we're supposed to believe in this country, right?
Mr. Sant, can you
Not a
identify
cupcake.
that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yes, right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Ms. Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes,
All right.
your house.
Melissa says it's okay for people to not believe her. Gee, she hasn't said a word. How can we decide whether we're believing her or not? She hasn't said anything. She hasn't said a thing. She hasn't given any statements since this case happened. So we just heard her on the 911 call.
That's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. We'll put it on the overhead. Objection, putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the
That's it.
presentation.
That's it. Robert Duvall.
Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir.
Somebody asked why the witness is wearing headphones. He has a hearing
Okay,
impairment.
so, Mr. Sant, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or the,
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. Your
Probably.
chair should swing around.
oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it?
Yes,
That's Ashley's house,
yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, it was a demonstrative aid up until Mr.
So
Sant.
admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking,
yes,
That's what he said.
pretty hysterical.
yeah, yes,
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
first thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry, yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck between the slide, front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that
Right.
cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled. It
Okay.
wasn't held far, and it didn't eject it far
Yeah.
enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Ejection foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
The gun was
All
held
right.
too
Thank you.
loosely, in his
Mr.
opinion.
Sant,
Yes.
I
you
may-
are released from your subpoena. You are free to go.
That may go to intent. That may go to intent. They may argue she was holding the gun loosely. She didn't mean to kill him. She was just trying to scare him. See where would they go with that? What a great witness for the defense. What a great 911 call for the defense. A lot of pretrial articles that I read
Yeah, you can't take
almost seemed to blame her, and talking heads seemed to blame her that it was intentional, that she didn't make the 911 call because she did not want to give any statements, as if she was orchestrating her defense. You can hear her in the 911 call. So that's why I have the attitude that I do, because I've read a lot of the pretrial articles in this case, and it reminds me a lot of the Karen Reed case in the sense that people were convicting her in the press. There were a lot of misstatements about that there was actual Ring doorbell footage of Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe with her car, and that did not exist. Ashley Benefield has never given a statement after the date of her husband's death. She's never given a statement publicly. The only statements that we have from her are from the DV proceedings and the custody proceedings, and there's some testimony that was recorded. I think it's audio only and transcripts. So she's been pretty much crucified in the press as being some master manipulator who, starting with the 911 call, didn't even make it herself. And it turned me off. And now that I'm hearing that all of this stuff on just day one of this trial, it's really giving me pause to what happened to her in the press. And so again, if you don't like my opinions, there's plenty of places to go watch the coverage. You don't need to complain in the chat. And it's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. You can just go. But I'm not going to have people in the chat that are just trying to instigate fights with people, many of whom in this chat are survivors of DV. So guide your actions accordingly. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yes, little Co. Thank you. She's innocent until proven guilty. Some people forget that. Yes, and thank you for that super chat to remind everyone. Until or if proven guilty.
So affirm testimony about
This is a.
so affirm testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Or afternoon.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it. If you're talking a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, we'll be able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, BAURLE.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Patrol.
And what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
It'd be a law enforcement academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered to the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's depending on the situation. Sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum a few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent. That's North 70. It's
Oh,
an
I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then.
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
With a minute, maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And
Okay. Great point, Day. This officer is wearing his uniform in the Karen Reed case. Judge Conin issued an order that no law enforcement officers were allowed to wear their uniforms on the stand. And even if they were just observing in the gallery, they were not allowed to wear their uniforms either. Day says Karen Reed's case should have allowed officials to wear uniforms. That's interesting. Another interesting disparity in Florida as compared to Massachusetts.
did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or have
No,
any?
ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact.
Seemed to be intact, yes.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would
Judge, can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
I like how they're trying to imply, and this is what I'm getting from the prosecutor's question. She's trying to imply that because Ashley's clothing wasn't torn or ripped or shredded, she had no blood on her, no blood pouring down her face. Somehow, she's not telling the truth about being in fear for her life, which, as many of you can attest, and I can tell from the chat, is the case.
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 call?
Correct. Directly
And-
next door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door was
Yes, ma'am.
up. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she was
ma'am.
okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's the
detectives.
one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what did you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross?
Yes, sir.
Okay, moving across.
Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Ms. Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between
Visibly upset. Notice how he's trying to minimize it? He won't go with hysterical, just visibly upset. And that's interesting because men like to use the word hysterical about women. I'm not man bashing, but it's true. Remember in Karen Reed, everyone said Karen Reed was hysterical.
visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it?
Possibly.
All right.
Sounds like confirmation bias.
Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy BAURLE, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
I agree, Kim. That's why I said that. The very root of the word hysteria is annoying.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Hands to you and see
Sure. I have a copy as well.
if that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on?
So he did say she was in shock during his deposition.
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask.
Q McCall. The smart man says, this may not be the place for you to watch this trial, but since you decided that you wanted to drop this comment in the chat, I'm going to stop the whole entire stream to address it. The smart men are avoiding marriage of any Western culture woman. The toxic feminism in this chat is ridiculous. When none of you really know what happened in this relationship. I don't know what that, when do cry wolf? I don't know what that means. But again, instead of putting your comments in the chat, you can just change the channel. You can just go. I don't know what toxic feminism is, but you may not find like-minded people here. So maybe you ought to go over to Law and Crime and hang out in the chat over there. You might find a lot of people that agree with you. Good luck to you. Peace.
Ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because Can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah, as with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah, Sydney, we women should just know our place, eh? Oh, let's just know our place. You Western women and our.
Let me pass this to you, Deputy Boyle, see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
I was so sidetracked by that ridiculous comment that I don't even know what the question was here. So let me hear this question again.
Home. That would have been person 2008.
Here we go.
On May 7, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
Wow.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
He responded to a call prior to the shooting from maybe Ashley, maybe her mom, that there was a suspicious person in the driveway, and he doesn't remember responding to that call. This is new information for me, although I didn't do a huge deep dive into this case. Toxic feminism. Here we go. When did he say the date was? May? The closed captions pick it up. Hold on. It's going to go to the stalking claims.
Suspicious person, 2008. On May 7, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
Oh, I bet you wish you did. That was May of 2018. The shooting was in September of 2020, more than 2 years before this happened. He responded to a call to Ashley's mom's house next door to the call that he responded to for the shooting about a suspicious person in the driveway. Stalker. Let's listen.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Uh-oh. It's getting a little smarmy.
Let me pass this to you, Deputy Boyle, see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it. Is that your name?
It's got my name on it,
Okay.
but I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was authored by you?
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently
Sure.
ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah.
Oh,
At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an
It's
earlier,
possible.
let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay.
sounds like Canton. Canton, it doesn't really matter if their reports are accurate either. He actually said sometimes the reports are wrong. It's got the wrong responding officer on it. So, I'm not saying this one is, but it happens a lot.
So, with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I think I can answer questions related to.
Oh, he does not want to answer any questions. So he's going to feign remembering anything about this prior call of perhaps stalking that he responded to. This is getting interesting. Sidebar. Don't do this, Joe Paul. Don't do this, Joe Paul. All right, Ashley, girl, get those headphones on. We're a little bit behind, so if you're watching on 4 streams at the same time, please don't put any spoilers in the chat. Thank you. I mean, he's not denying that it was him. If he can't remember, then that report should come in. It's shady. I agree, bees on Mars. Like, dude, why not just answer the question truthfully? I mean, does he really want to convict her that badly that he's not willing to testify about the call in May of 2018 that he responded to? Okay.
Deputy, when you respond to a call and you fill out a incident or investigation report, among other information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity of the reporting officer, no?
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that.
Mhm.
So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's
and
not dispatch,
deputies
sir.
don't catch it?
It's not dispatch. It's
It
a
would be
mistake.
the exception. Could we agree?
It can happen, and it does
Okay.
happen. Yes.
So now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among the other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Burley, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me,
Sustained,
what was the objection, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
All right. Now, without leaving it to your memory,
Okay, if you could approach, please.
Lack of foundation. Richard Johnson, it's a call to the same house about a suspicious person in the driveway that we're going to assume was her husband, Doug, for purposes of this testimony, because I'm sure her lawyer would not be bringing this up. that Doug was stalking her and that he was in the driveway. No spoilers, please, but yes, to the same house. This deputy responded to that call. That was in May of 2018. The shooting was in September of 2020. And this deputy is going to do everything he can to not answer the question and pretend that, or to say that, not dispatch, whoever makes those reports often has the wrong officer's name on it, but he doesn't, he thinks this one's accurate. He thinks he really responded, but he doesn't want to answer questions about it.
In the usual course of events, Deputy Burrell, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of events, when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the location, the name of the complainant and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again,
you?
I don't recall that particular call that you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's no objection.
Most likely it was me.
Thank you.
Prosecution does not want
Would
this
you
in. They do not want this in. You can see how hard they're trying to keep it out. He laid a foundation. He said it was probably me. It's a proper foundation.
Tell us, Deputy Burrell, who the complainant was for that call.
Ashley Benefield.
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here,
Don't read the narrative. Just tell us the nature of the call.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's
He
been
can't
allowed
read
is
it out
not
loud, but he
detailed,
can-
just in
Correct, yeah.
general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
Oh, there it is.
That was at what address?
That would be 11331 White Rock Terrace.
Yep.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
He's part of the Manatee County Sheriff's Department. Somebody asked that. Somebody asked where he was from.
Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
Oh, there's more than one report. So Ashley relocated when she found out she was pregnant. She was very sick, according to the stuff we've heard so far. Eva Benefield is leaving. That's Doug Benefield's daughter. She's leaving the courtroom. Didn't we hear before lunch that she was supposed to not sit in the courtroom during testimony because she was subject to recall? I thought that's what we heard, so I'm wondering why she's still sitting in there. Maybe I misheard. People are asking why Ashley's wearing headphones. She's wearing headphones so she can hear what's happening at sidebar. Karen Reed used to go up, I think, for the sidebar. Oh, actually, did Karen Reed go up? No, a lot of times she did not go up to sidebars, and they also didn't give her a listening device, right? I heard that too, that she wasn't supposed to be in the courtroom, but she's there.
So Deputy Burrell, I have one other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019, you obviously worked the night shift at 20:55. Suspicious person call in progress at (11332) White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Redirect.
Wait, what was the date on that other report? Hang on a second.
Progress 5 in the 19, specifically.
Hold on.
So Deputy Burrell, I have one other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019, you obviously worked the night shift at 20:55. Suspicious person call in progress at
It's a different address?
11332 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Okay, so people are pointing out Marcy's Law in Florida. I'm going to need to look that up, so thank you guys for pointing that out to me. Defense said they didn't want to be heard after the prosecution argued Eva should be allowed as next of kin, Marcy's Law. Okay, thank you for Paul O'Keefe's Nether Regions for pointing that out to me. So there were two calls that this deputy responded to, May of 2018, December of 2019, both about a suspicious person. And I guess if he didn't remember that call, then the judge was not going to let any more questioning, but the jury heard it. So the defense did not object to the daughter staying. Thank you, Bev. I think we did fast forward through a little bit of that because we were pretty far behind at that point. So thank you guys for always being so collaborative here in the chat. Susan, thanks for the 10. Says, I unfortunately understand not wanting to get the police involved when abused in order to keep the peace, but eventually with the grace of God, you do muster up the strength and push forth. Thank you, Susan. So what I get from your comment is that it takes a lot to call the police. And the fact that she did call the police twice, that this specific deputy responded to. So he was only allowed to be questioned about calls that he actually responded to. So there were two of those. We'll see if any other police officers or any other law enforcement or deputies get on the stand that also responded to other calls that they have other reports for. That'll be interesting. Lisa, thank you for the 10. Defense case tells truth, Anna. Women know the cycle of power and control, aka DV, more accurately reveals power, fear, bargaining, and real threat we survivors know. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for your knowledge, your personal experience, and your super chat. And here's another, Lisa. Thanks for the 10. The cycle of abuse and control is about control, financial, social, emotional, and physical, not only physical. Differences in age, finances, and experiences don't cause abuse, but often correlate. Thank you. Thanks, Lisa, for the super chat. RR Style and JP Eagles and Cats became new members. Welcome, welcome. Nicole Rico, thank you so much for the 20. I can't remember what I did 1 hour ago. Why is it hard to believe he can't remember what calls he responded to 2 years before this incident from 6 years ago today? What am I missing? Not everyone has the memory of an elephant. No, 100%. 100%. And there was, I forget who it was that said in the comments that he was, I think a paramedic. Did you say paramedic? For over 20 years, and you responded to thousands of calls and you don't remember all of them. And that's fine. They were just trying to set a foundation for that report. And I think that it was, I think the jury got it. I think the jury got the point. But thanks, Nicole. Thank you so much for your super chat. I appreciate that. New York Mom, thanks for the 5. Those comments are so sickening. No clue what it's like to be controlled by another person who's supposed to love you. Thanks, New York Mom. Pilgrim Shadow, thanks for coming in with the 20. Thank you. Toxic feminism guy is currently at the waterfall with Brian Albert. Don't dominate the rap, Jack, if you ain't got nothing new to say. That's another new Speedway Boogie quote from the Grateful Dead, and we're continuing the song from yesterday. Thank you, the Pilgrim's Shadow, for always chiming in with the best Grateful Dead lyrics for any situation. Amy Lou became a member. Welcome, Amy. Welcome. All right, let's continue and see if there's going to be any redirect of Deputy, how do you pronounce it? Burl? From the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
Redirect?
Yes, Judge. I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, he can be.
Keep him, sir, you're released from your subpoena, you're free to go.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We may need to recall.
We need to still go.
Sir, you are not released from your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys, or any other witness, or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so he's subject to recall.
Sure.
And Judge, I will need the system for this one.
All right, she's going to have some demonstratives. Thanks, Laura. Power and control wheel. Check it out.
Kind of presiding over the case, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you're speaking a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear everything. If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of 2014.
And what are your current duties at the Sheriff's Office?
I am a property detective currently.
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
Yes,
Okay. And back in September of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
a different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary?
Okay, Scott, my amazing moderator, who is also a retired NYPD, 25 years on the job. Is that a demotion going from violent crimes to being a property detective? Say you, Scott. I know you might be getting pizza or hanging around doing laundry, but it sounds to me like it's a demotion. And I know there was some trying to keep out of a certain detective's testimony during the case. The prosecution did not want his testimony in. And I don't know if it's this detective or not, but this he was with the violent crimes unit. Oh, let me see what he said.
Of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
A different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Went through the basic law enforcement academy at Valencia in Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of ECTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you work, does VCTF have a zone, or are they in the whole county?
They're a countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
No, you guys are right. He may have changed his career path. He may have wanted out of violent crime. I was just joking with Scott because he likes to make jokes in the chat. And because I had heard some talk of some detective's testimony that the prosecution wanted to keep out because there's one detective who may have had confirmation bias. I don't know if it's him or not. That's why I was asking. So, agreed.
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 in Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential.
Like a subdivision?
Subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Yes.
Several or just a few?
A few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of a residence.
And
nobody came out of the back of the residence.
Okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house, or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
That's fine. And do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door of the residence.
And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was blood under his right leg.
Okay, I want to see where he indicated again, because I hate when they don't clarify things for the record. Here in New York, that's how we do it. We would say indicating right side of the chest. I can't tell if he's indicating the right side of the chest or the side, because in the prosecution's opening, she said the bullet went through one side of his body and out the other side, like his side, not his back, not his front. She said his side. So this officer seems very traumatized by what he saw that day. So I apologize if I offended anyone in the chat by saying he got a demotion. You're right. He absolutely could have left that department for mental health. Just try and keep it light here sometimes. Let's see where he indicates the bullet.
On the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg.
If he's saying
There
chest
was
or side.
blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And what were you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. You take a look and tell me if you recognize those items.
Yes.
I'm just going to leave you for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And that's states 2, and as to states 3.
These are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection.
Received.
And, Detective, I'm just gonna hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Yes.
And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
to check for injuries.
And then,
What the shirt said, all reps matter? Is that what it said? All reps? Oh, like maybe working out, like all reps. Okay. Ashley's not in custody. She's out on a $100,000 bond. She wears an ankle monitor and she has an 11 p.m. curfew. Going back to the testimony, I didn't even realize it was a different attorney questioning him. I didn't notice the change in voice, but this is the co-prosecutor, I guess.
this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS staff to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
Men's 30.
Thank you. And as to the shirt in states 2, can you look at that and tell me what the size is?
My glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir. Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
and are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
I want to see the pictures.
No objection.
unless they're triggering, then I don't want
States
to see them.
18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Sounds like that to me, Kristen
Detective,
Pino.
I'm
When
gonna-
you say publish, you mean up here?
Sounds like that to me. Kristen Pino says they're actually trying to say that because he was a small man, that shouldn't have been afraid, that she shouldn't have been afraid. It sounds like it. Team Brittany says they were desperate just to make him look tiny while ignoring his fighting skills. Right. There you go, Majufi. That's why. Says, how did the size of the clothing mattered? Carol Engel says small sized clothes to emphasize his bodybuilding. I think they're showing it to try and say that he wore a size small shirt. And how big were his shorts? I didn't get the waist. 30, 30, 32? You guys tell me, I don't want to rewind. Thank you, Andrea, for saying I'm a warrior. So lots of love to you, Ireland. Okay, they're going to show them up there. So I'm going to.
Yes, sir.
All right. Keep the lights, please.
Let me just preview these for a second because YouTube might not like it. So I'm just going to preview this for a second. When we showed John O'Keefe's autopsy photos, we were stricken, but it doesn't look like you're going to show them on camera. So they must be scene photos that are kind of gruesome. So let's just listen to the questioning about it. Oh, man, I rewound way too far. Hold on. One second. All right, we're back.
Keep the lights, please.
Detective, I'm gonna show you right, let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. That's like a red button, in case you need it, the dot. I'm gonna show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED has been placed.
And that's you on the right, that's your head.
Yes, sir.
And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the right top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
Appear that it's a mattress stood up against the wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
Take your moment. Okie dokie. I was thinking the same thing. Okie dokie says, from the 911 call to the realization he was not dead, wondering how long that was, seemed so chaotic. Right. And didn't the first deputy that came up earlier that didn't want to or couldn't remember his other 2 calls that he came for a suspicious person in the driveway, didn't he say that he waited outside for a bit until somebody else came, or he had to wait before they went in the house? Maybe he was waiting for backup, but he was alive when they got there. Very sad.
Detective. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Cross?
Couple brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield.
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Were any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies?
EMS.
And the EMS? EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
Drag him.
That's
They didn't
all.
put him on a
Thank you.
scoop stretcher or any kind of stretcher. They
Redirect.
dragged him out of the
I
room.
don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Abby says he was cold to the touch. He was dead 2 to 3 hours. Why did she wait so long to call 911? Sounds like she shot him on the right side through the lungs. What do you mean she waited so long to call 911? Did you watch the first part of the testimony this morning? Did you watch the testimony of the neighbor? She didn't wait 2 to 3 hours to run to the neighbor's house, and it was the neighbor that called 911. Just so you know. We're a little behind, so we can catch up.
Detective Tyler Ackerman.
Detective Tyler Ackerman. Next up.
Just there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, ACKERMAN.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
What do you do?
Oh, okay. So we'll go out to assist patrol with calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature. And then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to Police Academy, which is a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we receive at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for the road, and then a 3.5-month program on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement, before I went back to school to become a police officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
I was in the United States Army, sir.
Thank you.
And when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. It was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you, are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working a specific shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the entire county as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to a White Rock terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched. And I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked with doing?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor.
And what was your purpose of making contact?
To come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form that's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene for this particular case, the multi-waiver is something that we collect from the person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And
Okay, hold on. Paula Van, our viewer, says she just left the courtroom. She was sitting next to Eva. There are 9 jurors, 7 women, and 2 men. Only 6 of them will deliberate. This is very unusual for those of us that watch a lot of trials. Usually it's a 12-person criminal jury. This is felony murder. Thank you, Paula, for being the eyes and ears inside the courtroom. Are you going back in? Thanks for tuning in here to give us your observations. So we got 7 women and 2 men. And I'm assuming, because I didn't see them pick the alternates, that they don't pick the alternate until after the end of the case. In New York, our alternates are picked before the case starts. So the people who are sitting as an alternate know that they're an alternate. I don't really like that because sometimes alternates might tend to tune out or just be like, oh, I can't believe I don't get to deliberate. But we've got 7 women and 2 men on the jury. 6 of those 9 will deliberate. So if the 2 men are picked, I don't know how they do it in Florida. If they pick them out of a drum the way they did in Massachusetts, like a bingo thing, that it could wind up being an all-woman jury, which I don't know if that's good or bad. It's a Florida rule, Heather. I don't know why only 6 jurors. That's the rule in Florida. Right. Wild man's mom. Women can be hard on other women. We see it right here. We see it in the chat. You see it on Twitter if you are brave enough to brave the cesspool of Twitter. Right. So 4 women and 2 men would be the least possible. So there will be at least 4 women on the jury. Thank you, Little Cupcake, for doing the math. Yeah, right. Starter Villain's like, I didn't know they were allowed to go inside a house. Police are allowed to go inside a house. Yep. Thank you, Paula. If you're going back in, come back and tell us. Did Eva go back in the courtroom? Because we saw her leave earlier. We didn't see her come back in. Right. And all women, I'm not saying it guarantees anything, Mel. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying women can be harder on other women. Yep. Prosecutor's a woman too, says Laura. Could go either way. Yep. Okay. Moving on with the search of the home.
Was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Den and Mr. Sant.
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it cause you to go do something else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
Okay. And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially to, it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired, or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked with state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Hi, Will. Look at the glares in the house. Hi, Will. How are ya? This is a crazy one. This has been a very exciting day so far. So I'm happy that you're here watching it with us. We did clear up the mystery of Eva being allowed to be in the courtroom. There's something called Marcy's Law in Florida. So apparently, although the judge said that she could not sit in the courtroom, prosecution objected and said that under Marcy's Law, she is next of kin, so she's allowed to be in the courtroom. The defense agreed. So even though Eva, the daughter of Doug Benefield, is still under subpoena technically because she can be called in the defense's case in chief, she is allowed to sit in the courtroom. We did see her leave before, and I don't know if she came back.
How do you recognize it?
Be a photo of the
That's
weapon.
the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm
Yes.
on that day? Your Honor, the state would ask to enter and publish state 17.
Mr. Taylor, is there any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, could I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CS.
What? Chain of custody? You mean they know about chain of custody in Manatee County? He stayed with the weapon till it was passed over to the next guy. Sounds like they know about something about chain of custody in Manatee County. Wow. This is a real eye opener for those of us that have been in Norfolk County, or that were in Norfolk County for 10 weeks on the Karen Reed trial.
CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
We
I
can
don't
hear
have any
her.
other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish state 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're publishing state 17.
Thank you.
Okay, they're going to show the picture of the weapon. Paula, thank you. Paula's in the courtroom. Says all jurors are older, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Youngest was one guy. He looked to be in his 40s. Thanks, Paula.
May I see a copy of it from?
Of course. You can see the actual exhibit.
They have the actual weapon. Court.
All right, cross-exam.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir.
Okay.
The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position,
That's what I
but
want.
what was with the firearm was not what would be consistent with a jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and
That's where they're going with this. I said this earlier. They're going to try and say the defense, one of the defense theories is going to be she wasn't even holding the gun tightly. She did not mean to kill him. She was experienced with weapons because we heard testimony already and we read about it the other day when we went over the case in pretrial summary that when Ashley met Doug, she was carrying a firearm in her bra when she was at the home of Dr. Ben Carson in Palm Beach. Remember? So she was no stranger to firearms.
as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay. That comes with practice.
Yes,
And that comes with knowledge of the firearms.
I would say so.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in.
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, yes, sir.
Yeah.
It could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Sir? Mr. Taylor? Can the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then you, oh, no, maybe I don't need to. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you.
I haven't seen any smoking gun, excuse the pun, yet to tell me that she's guilty. And was not acting in self-defense. So all the law enforcement witnesses have been credible. The neighbor was credible. Eva, Doug's daughter, was credible. Let's say you.
About 10 or 15 minutes. Let you stretch your legs.
All right, they're going to take a little break. So let's see if the attorneys are also going to take a break.
Note that this is what was one. Also, the transcripts that were used, I'm going to take one as an exemplar and just note that this is what was handed out to the jury. All right. 10 minutes, 15 at the latest.
Yes,
All right. Stretch, move around. All right. We'll be off the record till then.
All right. We're a little bit behind, so we may be able to catch up. Let's see how far we are. Let me know what your thoughts are so far on this case. Far cry from the Karen retrial, huh? They're getting to the point. This is still day one. It's hard to believe this is still day one because we've heard so much testimony, so much interesting testimony already. We know exactly what happened. We know how Doug Benefield died. We didn't learn that in the Karen Reed case until, I don't know, witness number 65 or 68. What a difference it makes to sometimes go to a different jurisdiction.
And then I think we.
They are back from the break, so let's go back and just see if we have any questions here first. Thank you, Kim R., so much for the 20. I investigated child SA, PA for almost 20 years, often no visible injuries. Saw a video once from a hidden camera of a man beating an 18-month-old over 45 minutes. Oh my God, that is so horrible, horrific. Baby had a quarter-sized bruise on his thigh, never assumed. Thank you, Kim. I'm so sorry that you had to investigate that case and see such horrific things that I'm sure you've seen. Catherine, thanks so much for becoming a member. Megan put this up because Megan says, women empowering women is the biggest joke. Sad. Well, that's what we do here, Megan. We are trying to empower other women. So you might have found your people, but I agree with you in general. I do agree with you there. So let's get back to court.
All right, it's 3:15. We're back on the record. State versus Ashley Benefield. State, I don't know, what you planned on. I think you said you had 7 witnesses ready for today. You think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Ms. Dvorak, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. CONLON, who will not be relatively brief. And then I think we have 2 more on standby that are here.
Right, I have Ashley Byers out in the hall and, I'm sorry, Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell. I don't anticipate their testimony is going to be very long at all from the state side. So I was hoping to get them done today if possible.
So 2 crime scene techs and Ashley's mom and one other witness in the hall.
They don't have to come back tomorrow.
We'll see how far we get.
And just, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have, some issues with, Byers and with Russell.
Figured as much.
Okay. But they're gonna be later.
After
Yeah,
the 2 crime scene techs. Sorry.
Well, let's get through the 2 crime scene techs to guarantee we get through those. And then we'll see where we're at with time, and maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witness here, let's get through them. But maybe if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record.
Sure.
Just while we're talking about scheduling, we have 8 witnesses scheduled for tomorrow. Depending on what happens today, it could be more. But the last witness is our firearms person, and they're not available until Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted to report to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, I don't think will happen. We're not gonna have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't want to have them try to.
So that's a good update for you, though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody who's getting a surgery next week, and
We had somebody getting surgery on the 1st, and we have,
people coming in from out of town.
4 out-of-state people, yeah.
So there you go. The state
Yeah.
is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday
Mhm.
morning.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have 1 witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
Wow. The state may finish their case on Thursday. So if they get through tomorrow, they'll only have 1 witness left. That's a quick case. This might not even go 2 weeks, my friends, because the defense does not have a whole ton of witnesses. Or initially they were saying the only witness was going to be Ashley's mom. I think they've added a few since then, but today's Monday, right? Oh, today's Tuesday. Okay. All right. Interesting.
All right. Are you ready to get the jury back in?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. Here comes the jury. That is Eva Benefield. She's back in the courtroom. My heart breaks for her.
The state was in the midst of presenting its case, so they're going to resume from there and call their next witness.
The state would call.
BR, we have a lot of men. We have a lot of really cool men that are members of this channel, really cool men that are viewers of this channel. No, absolutely. And they're all men who love strong women. So that's what we love about the men. I think we're up to maybe 25% male viewers here, which is good for true crime. Really good. Because when I first started this channel, it was like 92% women, 8% men. The men like it here. So welcome.
MEGHAN Dvorak. And Judge, I will need the screen for both of these witnesses, please.
Ma'am.
Super annoying noise.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh,
Oh, good afternoon, Judge.
Welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. And adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
MEGHAN Dvorak, last name spelled D as in David, V as in Victor, Orack.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how?
I'm just going to point out a pet peeve of mine. They only spell their last name. There's a lot of ways to spell Megan. I know we have a lot of Megans in the chat. So why can't we know how to spell Megan's first name too? So we don't misspell it. Is there an H in Megan? I'm just saying.
How long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager. And he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, to meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. And so we will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and photographed. So we started doing that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 30. Will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly and accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 21 through 30.
Any objection?
None. They'll be received.
Thank you.
Ashley's daughter is 6 years old. She does have custody.
And Mr. Dvorak, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing. Just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 would be the opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
Just so we're clarifying, these photos were taken the same evening, right? That's what she said? I don't want to rewind it.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 24. Will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is a mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
There's an H
her
in Megan.
shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm, and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what are you documenting the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
Second-degree murder, Scott McGinnis. She's charged with second-degree murder.
And you said at some point, or that you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left ear?
I did.
And I'm going to show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Can't talk about what the attorney said.
I think it's
Is it offer for the truth?
No, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overrule.
Go ahead.
Her attorney that was in the room advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it for posterity reasons, photographs of that ear.
Thank you.
Posterity.
And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line. And
go ahead. And then
right here is the scratch I was referring to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Dvorak. Defense may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Cross?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I don't think the court had any objection before I begin my cross-publishing these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
They did look a little dark, those photos, because the photos we looked at before the trial seemed to show a black eye.
Just hand him to the deputy.
Yes.
Thank you, Kat, for
Can you state
sticking
for the
up.
record which numbers they were?
They would have been 29 and 30, Judge.
29 and 30. Thank you.
Are we on real time? Look at us.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
Crime scene, Dvorak or Mrs.
Okay. Are you a
Same day, Cynthia, yes.
licensed deputy or
No, I'm not a certified. I'm classified as civilian.
civilian? Okay, that works for the sheriff's department
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, of course, filled out a report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dvorak, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, dependent upon what I'm being requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I took, if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge?
absolutely. Take your time. You can refer to your notes. I don't need to speak for the court, but I'm pretty confident on that one.
I'm like, that sounds like the attorney, not the judge.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you swabbed include Ms. Benefield's hands?
Let's see. I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA.
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
Objection.
If she can answer, overruled.
You may answer.
It is possible.
Okay, I want to hear that answer. I want to hear that question again since it was overruled. Because I was focusing on Don's comment, which breaks my heart. I'm so sorry, Don.
Individual may have touched simplest terms. I think you referred to that as touch DNA.
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
Objection.
If she can answer, overruled.
Oh, so would the touch DNA that you took from Ashley indicate whether any touch DNA from Doug was on Ashley? That's a great question.
You may answer.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, by what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her on that particular day.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against to.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed?
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Oh.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas?
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
One second.
Yes, Neil Taylor. His name is Neil Taylor. That is Ashley's attorney. He's a private counsel. He's a very highly regarded attorney in Florida. He's tried at least 400 felony cases. Just want to take back that question and answer because he did the old, oh, wait, I'm not done. I have one more question, which sometimes is an act. So I don't know if his argument's going to be they didn't even test for Doug Benefield's DNA or that Doug Benefield's DNA was found on her.
One DNA profile in that area, but like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
1 second.
Yes. Well, man's mom, Ashley went to live with her mom when she got pregnant. She got an order of protection against him when they were in, I think that order of protection was issued in South Carolina. She moved to Florida to live with her mother. And her story is that he came there uninvited to help her pack. They were going to move to Maryland because the mother inherited a house there. So yes, Ashley was living there with her mom without him and with the child. Grammy 86. I think he was the attorney in the popcorn trial. Somebody said the popcorn trial.
Storbeck, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you swabbed?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I missed that.
Miss
Yes.
Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrist were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, can the
telling me
witness
they
be
didn't
related
test
to
them.
state?
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony.
Rule has been invoked. I like that. God save the Commonwealth. God save the Commonwealth. We're not in Massachusetts anymore, people. We're in Florida where things move quickly and witnesses have evidence and attorneys talk quickly. I really like the prosecution's style, I'm going to say, with regard to the fact that she speaks quickly. She gets her questions out. There's no what if anything. There's no talk about the weather. And yes, I wonder if they swabbed Doug's body as well. Coffee nut. Here comes the next crime scene tech. And this trial is day 1 and it is moving right along. Thanks, Herbert, for saying we're classy here. Glad you like it here. We like having you here. My mods are the best on YouTube. We don't tolerate the vulgarity, the vitriol. It's just not necessary. There's other places for that. Not here. I don't even use foul language. A lot of my viewers like to watch the trial with their kids in the room and no headphones or at work when they're working. So I just stick to it. There's other places for that. There's a
Phone,
place for
adjust up, down, left, right, however you need. No, you're too close. All right.
Thank you. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, CONLON.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
And have you been, what is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No.
What'd you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
Thank you, Prince Lover. Money was not the motive. We heard that he had no money, that he had to cash in a bunch of stuff to fund that ballet and go to investors. So don't know if he had life insurance. Don't know if that's been public. But I do not think that money was the motive. And we talked about this morning when a lot of people pre-trial, and now you guys are seeing like the real evidence in the case, and you're kind of mad about what mainstream media has been telling you about this case from the very beginning. He didn't have money. It's kind of speculative what he actually did for a living. And she's been painted as a gold-digging manipulator. And I haven't seen that today. You can tell me let me know if you disagree with me. But I do love something about the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, and that's that they promote people from within. The last crime scene tech was a 911 dispatch operator before she became a crime scene tech. This one also, I think, worked in dispatch before she became a crime scene tech. And I like that.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math. 7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. So since I was the on-call person, Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence
They wait for search warrants, you guys, in Manatee County. They wait for search warrants. They get the search warrants. They wait, and she knows she can't take any pictures until she gets that search warrant, so she can only take pictures of the outside of the house. If you live in Manatee County right now, you should feel kind of like good about your law enforcement because it seems like everybody's doing things by the book so far. Getting search warrants, photographing evidence, swabbing things and then putting them in evidence bags with evidence tape on them. Right away, you guys, right away. collecting clothing in bags. The clothing of Douglas Benefield was collected and put into bags right away. And the detective who testified about the firearm said he sat there with the firearm until he could hand it, the murder weapon, the killing weapon. He sat there with the firearm until somebody, the crime scene tech, got there to turn it over to the crime scene tech. There's chains of custody here. So you should feel pretty good. If anybody live in Manatee County? If you do, put it in the chat. I live in Manatee County. So far, seems like everybody's playing by the rules of evidence, doing things by the book. So far.
On the street of where the crime scene tape was. And when
Crime scene tape.
the search warrant arrived, then I was able.
There was crime scene tape. They even found crime scene tape and they used it. Can you imagine how different the Officer John O'Keefe investigation would have been if they did what the Manatee County Sheriff's Office did? Wow.
Able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering the residence at 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackerman was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess? Is that?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield .45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
.45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
Wait a second. There were 2 guns? Wait, hold on a second. Oh, that's the ammo? Okay, hold on.
It did in fact have bullets in it.
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
.45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
On scene that night, I secured it in my van, locked my van.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm first going to show you states 31, 32, and 33. Will you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize them.
And how you recognize them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict it as you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter 30 through 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, there's a pointer there. I don't think you'll need it at this point, but if you do, I'm going to show you first states 31. What's the purpose of this picture?
That is the next door neighbor's house, so I'm showing the address.
And I'll show you states 32. Is that how you found the firearm that day or that evening?
Yes.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Yes.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm, in this picture. Was that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
Thank you. I can't get it to close.
I can't get it to close.
And Ms. Conlon, I left an item there with you. It is states 13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on this side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside? It's open, yep.
Yes.
Caveman.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received.
Thank you. Would it be okay if the deputy just walked in front of
I
the?
think, yes, I would prefer that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you are processing this scene? You said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm going to show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done.
Oh, Scott, if you haven't watched any of the pretrial coverage on this, it has been brutal. They've been brutal to her, right, guys? Scott says, let me guess, outlets like Court TV, for example, are smearing Ashley Benefield and going full Krama tabloid BS on her. Yeah, that's why when I started, I've been so wrapped up and involved in Karen Reed that I have not looked at this case, and a lot of people have asked me to. So when I really started diving into this like 48 hours ago, I just couldn't believe what I was reading and what the evidence really showed, because I'm a document person, right? I go by court files and court records, police reports. But I wanted all of us to go into this as jurors, not really knowing a lot the way we knew so much going into Karen Reed. And yeah, it's like, it was rough the way they treated her. You guys can tell Scott McGinnis, who's a big Free Karen Reed supporter. There are a lot of people. I don't know how many people are outside the courthouse here, but they do have people dressed in lavender who are DV survivors and sticking up for other survivors of DV outside the courthouse with signs like punished for surviving and things like that. And there's some photos of Ashley's 6-year-old daughter also outside the courthouse that say things like, I forget what her sign says, but we had a little bit of a discussion the other night about Ashley's daughter being outside the courthouse and how we felt about it. We'll talk about that later if you guys want to, when the coverage is over for the day. But yeah, she's been really beaten down during the pretrial coverage on this. Pepper, Law and Crimes chat is worse than Court TV, believe it or not. If you know, you know.
States. You looked at them all?
Yes.
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the home as it was when you documented it and then collected evidence back in September of 2020.
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16. It's laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter states 16 and states 34 through 82.
Any objection? No. They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Conlon, would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this blow up and tell me if it is an accurate depiction of state 16?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it was the Vanity Fair that did a big article on this back in September of 2021. And I think it was told by the point of view of the dancers, right, who moved to, we went over that article the other night, or I pulled a lot of stuff from that article when I gave my breakdown of the case. It was interesting. I can link it below if anybody wants to read it. But thanks, La Misa Filipino Food Club, for pointing that out. And if you're new to the case and you didn't watch the summary that I did, I think it was 2 nights ago. Was it 2 nights ago? Or was it last night? I don't even remember. I don't even know what day it is anymore, you guys. Today's Tuesday, right? Last night I did a stream, or yesterday I did a stream on Karen Reed. Day before I did this case, the summary. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch it. You might learn stuff.
Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house, through your pictures and this sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this picture? Or the sketch, sorry. Okay. And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
I walked through here.
Okay.
Hey, Kim, we haven't heard from Ashley yet. Kim says, do not believe Ashley at all. She's a good manipulator. We haven't heard from Ashley yet. Do you know Ashley personally? Do you know Doug Benefield? Do you know the Benefields? I'm genuinely curious. Do you know them? Because Ashley's sitting there. She hasn't said a word yet. We do have a thing in the United States called innocent until if and when proven guilty. So that's the way we're looking at it here, Kim. This might not be the place for you to watch the coverage. Just saying.
And I'm gonna steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway. And this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing right in the entranceway of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And states 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
And did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that's states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're gonna come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're gonna have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay, so that's on the right side of this picture.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
So I'm standing in the living room and I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
Thank you. And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
And where is this was this a pantry in states 43?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
Where is there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes, there's a master bedroom and bathroom in this area.
And did you go back and document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Once you walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear, the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway?
Correct.
And then is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
And were you made aware of what that smear was from or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was from the victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go all the way? Did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you states 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then
if you're just listening to this in your car or while you're working with your headphones on, or you're floating around in the pool and you're not watching the video, they're not showing us any of these photographs. So you're not missing anything by not looking at the screen. I imagine that they're probably gruesome, bloody, and so they're not showing them to us. But Yuri's math teacher says there was a cut through in the garage. Come on, it's a Sally Port. True crime addict wants to know if she's going to testify. I kind of think she has to show battered spouse syndrome and self-defense. We'll see how much evidence gets in and whether she will need to. I think the jury may want to hear from her, but we've heard a lot today. And so I don't know. Usually it's a game time decision whether or not the defendant testifies. And usually they don't. But in the woman who was acquitted yesterday, I believe she did testify, correct? Marsha Thompson? She was acquitted in Palm Beach County. We watched the verdict, them reading the verdict earlier, and it was like you don't have a heart if you didn't cry during the reading of that verdict. Like it was powerful. So the question is, we don't know if she's going to testify yet, but I think she might have to. But game time
what
decision.
bedroom is this?
This is once again the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47.
Yes, L says innocent until proven guilty. Yes, but didn't she already admit she shot him? She did, but she has defenses here. Her defense is self-defense, battered spouse syndrome, and Florida's stand my ground law, which is a version of self-defense that allows you to use deadly force if you feel that you are in fear for your life. And you do not have a duty to retreat in Florida as you do in many other states. So yes, but because she pulled the trigger and he died as a result does not mean she's guilty of murder in the second degree. See what I'm saying? Oh, thanks for your question.
The state's 48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes,
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
that's the closet.
And then this is state's 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner, as best I can.
Thank you. And this is state's 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner, and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I'll come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the room is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in.
Thanks. I like you too.
What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
Okay. And so at at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
For those of you that are watching the video, like her discomfort is palpable to me. Like her not being in a stomach, the pressure on her chest right now, she can't even look at the photographs. Like I'm looking at her, just like the jury's looking at her, just like you are looking at her. And I don't know, maybe I'm an empath, but I can feel it. You know, you can feel energy about people. Usually you have to be in the same room. Sometimes you don't. Like I can feel that from her, that anxiety, and this is my personal opinion. But the jury's looking at her the same way that we are looking at her on TV. Except the jury has a lot of other distractions in the room. There are a lot of people sitting in the gallery. There are attorneys, there's judges, there's a lot of other stimuli. And when, usually I hate when the cameraman focuses on the defendant, but in this case, it's helping me to watch her because I don't know every detail about this case and I'm feeling it. Let me know what say you.
This computer's killing me. And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5, 4 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago.
I'm just going to break this up a little because it's kind of boring when we can't see the photographs. But Proverbs 31:25. Why did Ashley allow Doug to come help her pack? There is some evidence that we looked at in our short summary that we did yesterday that she did not, that he just showed up. And he started saying things to her in the garage like, you're not going to get away from me. You're going to act like a wife. I'm your husband. She did not. He showed up unannounced. So I have questions about that too, Proverbs.
These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
In fact, was it his cousin or somebody testified, and it was in something that we read somewhere. She wasn't answering his calls. She wasn't answering his emails. So he just drove down there. I do remember that. So we were talking about, maybe that was just this morning during the testimony. She was trying to de-escalate the situation.
Correct.
And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
The bear is standing on my head.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got it's my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's the casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir.
No, I just need to just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
Back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective.
Hey, what just happened? Did it skip to the end? Oh, now, all right, so now they are showing some photos. Hold on. Oh, man. Hold on, I just got to rewind to see where we were to get back to the right place. Uno momento, por favor. I think we were right here. Look at that. Okay, look at that. Sometimes it does that, it jumps.
Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's the casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir.
No, I just need to just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
was in the motion to dismiss papers that he simply showed up. So if she testifies, she's gonna have to testify about that. I think that's where I saw it. We went over that motion. Or the fact portion of it. Yeah, Graphics Nut says, and he waited for grandma to take the baby to the park to start abusing her. That's so interesting that you say that, because on the other chats and the other channels, they were trying to spin it like Ashley had her mother take the baby to the park so that she could kill him. I swear that's the way they were spinning it. Every talking head, and I can't remember what coverage it was. Maybe on Court TV. I don't care about the bear being on my head. It's kind of cute. That's my Grateful Dead dancing bear. Should I move this way? That's the way they were spinning it on the other channels. Graphics Nut.
56.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you states 56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
Distract you.
You take a look at states 9 and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my last name, my ID, and my CO.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to enter states 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's damned if she does, and
Now
she's
we're
damned if she doesn't with her facial expressions, because like somebody just pointed out, I think it was Scott McGinnis, they had her convicted on her facial expressions, her smirks, every time she, made a face or a sound, or she's damned if she does, and she's damned if she doesn't, right? Because there's always those people out there that are going to say, oh, look at her. She's not even looking at the pictures. Oh, look at her. She's faking it. She's faking being upset. I mean, she's damned if she does, and she's damned if she doesn't. So I can feel her anxiety.
Back out of the same bedroom, is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58, and we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple, but that first one in the hallway.
Check the leading.
I'll sustain. She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers we see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7.
Okay. And what were you documenting with number 7?
A projectile hole.
And this is states 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod? Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you state 60, and if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile is right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you document the path that it took?
I did.
Okay. So that was state 60, if I didn't state it for the record. This is state 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry, 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, Well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you.
The exhibits must be too graphic to show. They showed a few of the photos, but they're not showing this. They're just going to show us Ashley's face. So I'm not sure if their crime scene photos are too bloody and they don't want to show them. But they did show a blood photo before, so I'm not quite sure, Paul O'Keefe's in other regions.
And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And what's this in states 63?
So that's the same cabinet door, and this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the marker 10 is?
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
That is, it's been dug out, so that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you.
Maybe she shot a couple warning shots into the wall and the cabinets to try and get him to retreat, which he did not do. I'm just thinking out loud here.
State 8, same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
Here, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
No objection. Received?
I'm going to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once.
Correct.
Thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So
The blood is there because they dragged his body, the first responders. So this doesn't really help them. But Nether Regions is classic. Paul O'Keefe's Nether Regions. I try and keep it classy over here. You know that. I'm glad you appreciate it.
it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it? One or more?
It's one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm gonna show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is in the living room and it's right by the front door. So it's this is the front door. So it's right here in this area. So there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you. And what is this item?
That's worse, Paul. That's worse. I'm not using that one. I deleted it. Come on, let's keep it clean for the kids, shall we?
In state 71, if you know.
It's that some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it?
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 10.
No objection.
Received.
And may I have the deputy pass 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, for this one. Kokomo, Indiana. Yeah, they're just showing how many bullets, how many rounds she fired, how many times she pulled the trigger. The 1900s, Lindemann. Dead concerts in the 1900s. Oh, the 1900s were good, weren't they, everyone? 1990s were some really good Grateful Dead shows. Some really good years. Late 80s, early 90s. Good stuff. Red Rocks.
All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms.
Interesting.
Conlon, did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And I want to show you states 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
And so this is state 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is state 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in state 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 76. And let me ask you first, what kind of firearm was it?
It was a Sig Sauer 380.
And in state 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you, maybe. To be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the Sig Sauer?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is. There's a basket, and it's in that basket.
And so now, sorry.
A lot of people have firearms in Florida.
State 77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jiff?
Yeah.
Okay. And 78.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearm's in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in state 79, is that what we see?
Yes.
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you. Did you collect, and I'm sorry, let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
I don't think this is helping the prosecution because we already heard that there were at least 2 reports that deputy testified to of Ashley calling law enforcement because Doug was in her driveway or she thought Doug was stalking her. So perhaps she was keeping loaded firearms around the house to protect herself in the event that he just showed up, which he seemingly did here because this was in the motion papers to dismiss the stand your ground papers that Doug showed up that day uninvited to just help them pack. And he also decided that he was going to move to Maryland too. So they were moving to Maryland because her mom inherited a house. So I don't know how this really helps them, but okay. I mean, I can see what they're trying to do here.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured. So if the slide is back, this is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you. And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the home?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you states 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
Your Mayor Pro Tem Clerk,
Yes.
yeah, let's grab it.
Thank you, Roger, who points out if you're abused, you might even have more than one firearm.
States 11. Ms. Conlon, I'm showing you states 11. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the phone we see? I'm sorry, what is it?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with the case number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
The state would ask to enter states 11.
Received.
Thank you. And how many phones did you collect?
2.
And where was the second phone?
In the garage.
And what do we see here in states 81?
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside, going back to the garage. So it's a shelf that's right here at the entryway into the house. So there was a shelf area.
And is that same phone depicted in states 82?
Yes.
I'm showing you states 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number, what kind of phone it was,
and
the date that this occurred.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 12.
Received.
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
Everything was secured back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Plazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Plazinski.
Thank you.
You just call him Ski.
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st.
And what were you asked to do?
To photograph Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where did that take place?
In our CID.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
Thanks, Emmy.
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they appear, or do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
No objection.
Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred. And I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries to Ms. Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
And then states 84.
So that's the scratches.
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you. And states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's hold on, I gotta see this real quick. I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you. And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with co-counsel? Thank you.
Bob Weir in the house. Bradenton, Florida. This is in Bradenton, Florida. Bob Weir, Manatee County. Thanks for jumping on. Love when Bob Weir comes in the chat. Surely looks like rain.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you need any of the displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
Okay, we'll give him his moment to look through the pictures. We're a little bit behind, so we can kind of catch up. Let's see this court has a full day. I mean, I don't know if anybody's watching ahead on another stream, but it's 4:43 p.m. on the East Coast, and this judge has a full day calendar. Imagine.
To you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took. Yeah, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay.
Yes, Leanne, who's tuning in late, and Bob Weir, who's tuning in late too. She did admit to shooting him. She ran out the house with the gun in her hand, screaming to the neighbor, and he called 911. She said he attacked her and she shot him. And one of her defenses is battered spouse syndrome. She was also relying on the Florida Stand My Ground law, which allows deadly force without the necessity of retreating. She doesn't have a duty to retreat. Thanks, Leanne, for coming in.
State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Oh.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
We move respectfully, Your Honor, and introduce it as defense exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No, I recognize the state police. We have no objection.
Thank you. Received.
Olivia's in the house. Hi, Olivia. He put a low jack on her car.
I'm
sorry, so has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We pre-marked all of them.
Thank you.
Conlon, I want to just concentrate for a moment on the cell phone that you said that was on the couch that you recovered.
Yes.
Let me just try to refresh your recollection as to whether or not that cell phone, rather than being on the couch, was in the couch.
Yes.
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 Missy, It's Alice in Wonderland. Who asked me that? Don? Was it Don Canine who asked me if that was Alice in Wonderland or Cinderella above my head? It's Alice in Wonderland because oftentimes when I do deep dives into these cases, I say I fell into the rabbit hole. Call me Alice. So that's Alice. She also appears on my It Strains Credulity merch, which you can find in the merch shop. I had to change it, Missy, because people were getting too distracted by the dancing bear over my head. Ed, we have a different kind of chat here. Ed says it's odd how so many in the Grizzly chat are guilty, and here it's not guilty so far from what I can see. This chat is unlike any other chat you may find in any other channel that you're watching because we have very high percentage of survivors of DV in this chat who have escaped, and they are telling us their stories, and it are chilling what mostly women, but some men as well, have been through in their lives, and they have been educating us on what it's like. And there's no one way that a survivor or a victim will behave, or how long it'll take a person to get out, or how much is too much, or how much is enough before you try and leave. So yeah, Ed, this is a safe place for survivors here. So my mods are the best on YouTube, and it's a safe place. So thank you. Welcome.
Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example that was in one of the photographs, that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
The blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yay, Maureen Francis in the house. Hi, Maureen.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct, yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or
No, I'm a civilian.
crime scene?
Yes, crime
or,
scene.
Or Ms. Conlon?
Yes, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one is on October 12th of 2020.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you under type of case noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know is that somebody died as a result of what happened there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay, that was good. Great cross. He's quick. He's to the point.
Sorry, no, just 1 second.
Like a surgeon.
I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
No? All right. Hold on 1 second. Can she be released?
Yes.
Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena. Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Conlon,
And
you were
Your
not
Honor, I
released
would
from your
like-
trial.
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
You were not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we publish defense exhibit, please?
Wait,
Absolutely, yes.
that too. That's his.
Yes, defense 2.
Just a
And-
photograph.
Well, hold on, but the deputy has something else in his hand.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his,
That's yours.
yes.
All right. And we'll publish 2. And Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
I
Yeah.
like this judge a lot. I don't know. I just like his demeanor, like his personality.
Everything's yours?
Yes. it's on.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense 2, go ahead and approach.
Okay, we'll see if they're approaching. Sometimes they publish the exhibits directly to the jury and just hand them to the jury and have them pass them around. Sometimes they put them on the big screen. Free Spirit Christina says, thanks for making it a safe space, Melanie. So many survivors here, men too, sharing. I'm one too. Of course, never spoke up and feel less alone. It means a lot, Melanie. Mods and all y'all, you're giving me the chills. Free Spirit Christina, and it makes me want to cry, but that's what we do here.
Here's the jury. So.
Thank you for coming.
And talking with the attorneys, we're right on time. We're doing great. There's some couple of legal matters that I need to address before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I'd prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now. And then we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work, talk about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court. That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good. So I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room at, I almost said 7:45, 8:45. That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you. Is anybody picking tomorrow? Okay. Do you know if everybody's been released? There won't be any jurors. Okay. I was just checking because a lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not. So you'll probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, if you all could kind of stay generally in the same area, you have to sit right next to each other. But that way we kind of know where everybody's at. So you're free to go for the evening, maybe beat the traffic. But remember, please,
Don't talk to anybody. Don't say anything.
With anyone outside.
Paula Van, our eyes and ears in the courtroom, says, this was my first case I've seen live, so I'm not sure if it's a small courtroom, but there were 5 rows on both sides, and I counted 36 people in the court. I sat behind the prosecution. It seems like there's a lot of space in there too, Paula, right? Like it's open to the public. People can just come. I mean, see, it's not a packed courtroom. I'm surprised. But 5, what looks like, it looks like church pew seating. And the benches are long on each side, so it's a lot bigger than the Karen Reed courtroom, that's for sure. If anybody has any questions for Paula, if she's still hanging out for a little bit, put them in the chat and we'll see if we can get her to answer them.
been about an hour since the, yeah. I was also gonna say, it's only been about an hour since the last break, but does anybody want to step out for a minute?
I would like to.
Okay.
No, let's go.
I'll take a 5-minute break though. That way.
Mr. Taylor's like,
you guys wanna
let's
stretch
go.
your legs.
Let's go. He's like, let's go. I'm ready to go. I want to finish. I want to get out of here. I like that the defense attorney, a lot of his name's Neil Taylor. You guys tell me what other cases you've seen him in. Something about the popcorn movie theater trial, I think I want to say. But they're back already from the break.
Thought we had pretty much
'Cause
established.
we're a little bit behind, but not too much. You can see the difference in his demeanor, the difference in how he controls his courtroom with a firm but gentle hand, if that makes sense to you. All right, let's hear what he's got to say.
The courtroom. I'll just
Yeah.
leave them. If we don't use them, we don't.
Yeah. I just, for your edification, for everybody here's edification, and I meant to tell the jury this, and it's on my list, and I forgot. The boil water notice was extended to Wednesday.
Yes.
So continue to bring your bottled water or your sodas or your coffees or whatever it is. And I meant to tell the jury, it's okay, because what's today, Tuesday?
Yes.
Oh, it is Tuesday.
You got to boil your
Hopefully-
water.
10 a.m. tomorrow.
It's 10 a.m. tomorrow? Okay, well, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Okay.
These are from containers or something.
Boil your water in Manatee County.
No, it's the pond out back.
Well, you know, I get thirsty.
And then, thank you very much, sir. I did get your amended witness list. It helps me keep track as we go. My notes are that, this is for everybody's knowledge, Deputy Burley,
Oh,
Burley.
Burley,
Burley.
I was saying it wrong.
CST Dvorak, CST Conlon, and Eva Benefield have not been released from their trial subpoenas. So I know you all know what that means, but you need to make sure your witnesses, because some of these folks, either they're also employed at the sheriff's office or they may know each other, and they are strictly prohibited from having conversations with
I'm
each
watching
other.
YouTube.
I'll speak to that.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about, you had some motions, and I said objections earlier, but they could also be motions in limine regarding Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers.
yes, sir. So I thought we had pretty much established that we weren't going to vet the child abuse investigation. Nonetheless, in an opening statement, the state clearly went down that road, to the extent of even designating that there were 5 of them, which now puts us in a position to have to respond to that unless it turns out to be a representation in an opening statement that never materializes. As the court knows, and the court emphatically instructed them what the lawyers say in opening statement is not evidence. So the concerns we have with Alicia Byers and with Dr. Russell is that we believe both witnesses' testimony is sought to go to the issue of child abuse. For multiple reasons, 403 of the Florida Evidence Code being merely one, and I don't need to re-argue this, the court's aware of it, we're all aware of it, the balancing act, given the potential prejudice. We don't think that that should be admissible, and we don't think we should go down that rabbit hole. In
Judge,
addition,
I apologize for interrupting. I do not intend to ask either one of them about child abuse.
Why'd you talk about it in your opening?
And if it helps, the reason I said 5 complaints was, it's my belief that that comports with your ruling on what Detective Moreland will testify about. So that's why I represented that. It wasn't to get information out of either of these two witnesses.
Well, that certainly helps my argument, Judge. My understanding for purposes of Detective Morgan is that the court is willing to allow him to testify as to the criminal aspect of his involvement. The court should be aware that deputies do not conduct an investigation. They merely accompany the CPT or DCF representatives to protect them for their personal safety. There is no criminal investigation. So I point this out to you, Your Honor, in anticipation of when Deputy Morgan does come to take the stand. If the state doesn't plan to go into anything having a relationship to the allegations of child abuse, then I don't know that we need to go any further to discuss that it was, whether it's collateral or it doesn't relate to any material element of the offense.
And let me just clarify, that argument relates to Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers?
Alicia Byers, yes, and it may in fact relate to Deputy Moreland once I get a chance to rder him about his actual participation and whether or not he's just there for safety purposes to protect the DCF representative.
And I can just represent, I mean, you can voir dire him if you'd like, but I can represent to you that he did his own independent criminal investigation. But he and the DCF or CPT people all work together. They all have their different goals. But he did investigate criminally.
Well, who would he be investigating? He would be investigating the target of the complaints. What relevance would that have to Ashley Benefield?
What I envisioned from all of this was I was allowing Detective Moreland to testify consistently with what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. That there were 5 complaints made. I think I allowed the month and the year. The alleged perpetrator being Doug Benefield. An investigation was conducted. The general allegations were, and whatever they were, and that the cases were closed with no action. Exactly what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing.
Know who else's cases were closed with no action? For those of you who live in New York, or those of you who are from Long Island, or those of you who know about the Tommy Valva case, those cases were closed without action too. Just saying. It's a tragic, horrible case. Same thing with Harmony Montgomery out of New Hampshire. Nobody really looked into those complaints. Same thing with the Frankie children in Utah. Nobody looked into those complaints either. So we've seen a lot of complaints that go dismissed, uninvestigated. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. I don't know if it did in this case or not. I'm just pointing those things out.
And then I did
like
not allow Kim Griffin. Remember that's the one from CPS. Was she going to be an expert? Then it was no, she's not going to be an expert. But we want her to testify about those same 5 complaints from the CPS aspect, that they were investigated and they were closed with no action. And that's where my ruling was no, because I think under 403 that allowing both of them to testify, and I completely understand that this is criminal, Moreland, right? If we have a silo, Moreland is criminal, 5 criminal investigations. Griffin is CPS, civil, 5 investigations. But my ruling was under 403, I thought allowing both of them to go into it could confuse the jury, mislead the jury into thinking, well, there were 10 investigations. So that's why I made the ruling I did.
if you're asking me to revisit that, because I would allow Detective Moreland to testify that there were these 5 complaints that were forwarded to him. Is he CAC?
Yes.
So he was CAC at the time. They were investigating, in the information I gave.
How can I, if that comes out, how can I not bring out on cross that 2 of those complaints were from independent third parties, 2 professionals?
Well, I did not allow them to go into who made the complaints. That was the subject of a prior motion where I said, no, you cannot go into who actually made the complaints. The state is prohibited from going into that.
And I won't ask for names, I won't look for identifications, but I think I'm certainly entitled to show that it wasn't just Ashley Benefield.
And I don't know if he knows that or not, because I don't think that question was raised at the stand your ground hearing or any of the motions I've covered. It might have been covered in a deposition, so I'm not aware of it, but I don't know if he even knows who made the complaints.
Okay.
I don't know that he does.
I'm hard pressed to believe he conducted 5 criminal investigations and he doesn't know that 2 of the complaints came from the pediatrician and the psychologist.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to open Pandora's box. I'm just saying I personally don't know. So you may want to talk to him tomorrow before he testifies, or maybe it was in the deposition. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's my ruling as of right now.
Could change. His
Moreland
ruling
can
could change.
testify, Griffin can't. He could testify about those 5 criminal investigations that came to him as part of the CAC unit and the information that I allow. They want to get into more, you want less. So that's where it's not a compromise, but I think that's the correct legal ruling.
So now I have a second motion.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell are not being called for purposes of child abuse, what possible relevance could they have?
Right. Why is she calling them?
I have no idea. So is this the similar motion? They filed a motion in limine for me to force you to proffer your expert. Are you now motioning for me to force them to proffer theirs?
No, because if you would have granted theirs, then I would have said yes, but you denied theirs.
Goose and gander, but no, I denied it because I don't think there's any basis for that.
Okay. So I just want to alert the court that I'm going to be on guard for that, and there's going to be some objections potentially.
Understood. And it happens all the time where depositions have been taken or reports have been written or affidavits have been done, and you can file motions in limine to limit or restrict certain areas, but I don't have any of that in front of me.
Okay.
The last thing I heard about anybody was I granted the request to depose Russell, and I haven't heard anything since then. So, well, what else can we talk about this evening before I let you go?
I think we're ready.
I have one small thing. We did do a stipulation for the ID of the victim.
Sure.
I think it's not an issue in this case. Nobody's,
All right. That's it. So we're coming back tomorrow, 9 a.m. What say you, my friends? What say you? Paula was in the courtroom today, and she's telling us that if you do go tomorrow, this is the courtroom, the courthouse in Bradenton, right? In Manatee County, Florida. 6th floor courtroom 6A. Thanks, Paula, for being our eyes and ears. We've learned that there are only 6 people that will deliberate on this criminal murder case in Florida. And there are 3 alternates. And the people that are potentially in the jury, there are 7 women and 2 men. And Paula, who's our eyes and ears, told us that they all seem to be older in their 60s, 70s, and 80s, and that the one younger gentleman is in his 40s. So that's interesting to me. Tanny Simmons, thank you so much for the 10. Says, I watched something earlier that made me think she was guilty, given the previous custody things with the other judge. I have to remember it's innocent until proven guilty, and that ideal is paramount. Thank you, Tanny, for that. Thank you for your super chat. You're very generous and so welcome. And Pamela, thank you so much for your super sticker. And I saw another comment that you put in the chat here. Said, sorry, I can't be a member at this time, but I did send you a super chat. I love your channel and I enjoy your law knowledge and your commentary. Peace. Peace to you too, Pamela Campbell. And I never expect anything from any of the viewers, but it is, you're also very kind and generous. So it is so nice of you. Your generosity is at times overwhelming. DK, thank you for the 20, says, I've been there. The emotional abuse was progressive. Then he started pushing and kicking. I wasn't believed by the law or court officials until I was beaten so badly I couldn't open my eyes for 10 days. I feel that Ashley was abused. Thank you. I'm sorry. You're a warrior. I've seen you in the comments pumping up other survivors and rooting for them. And I love that about you, Dee. And thank you so much for being so supportive of so many, like on top, who says with the 5, love and support the strong women here 100%. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah and Schwak and Huara, for the $25 donation. Thank you so much. Feeling all the things for the survivors or current victims in this chat. You are not the darkness you endured. You are the light that refused to surrender. John Mark Green. Thank you, Sarah. That's lovely. Cat loves Catskills. So far, this case is very familiar to me. I'm sorry about that, Cat. I'm sorry, but I think it's good that we're all here together talking about this because it's important to talk about. A lot of people don't want to talk about this kind of stuff. It's really important. Mary, thank you for the 5. Says, I so appreciate your coverage. This whole thing rings so true to me from my own experiences. I was also not believed. I'm so sorry, Mary. You too are one of the warrior women and men in this chat. We've heard from men too. Powerpuff 4, thank you for the 20. I'm behind on the stream, but I am in Florida and served on a criminal jury once. There were 8 of us. 2 ended up being alternates. The court knew who the alternates were, but the jury didn't until they were dismissed. That's very interesting. Powerpuff 4, thank you for the 20 and for telling us that. That's great information. I starred some comments from earlier that I wanted to highlight, like Kim, who says, when my ex-husband held a knife towards me, I called the police. They had me and our kids leave our marital home because he was the breadwinner and the house was in his name only. I was disgusted. I don't know where that was, Kim, but I'm disgusted too. Or when that was. El Chavez, finally, I want to say this to all DVDs in their situation at this time. Do not tell him anything about what you're doing. It all must be on the down low. You must leave. There is no turning back ever. Thank you for that supportive message to so many people watching. The National DV hotline phone number is scrolling below. It's 1-800-799-7233. If anyone needs help, they are here for you. Andrea says, I watched my mother used as a punching bag. She had bruises on her face daily in front of her family. It was the 80s, so accepted. My dad left her, and 30 years later, it's still traumatizing for me. My heart breaks, but I'm sending you 1,000 hugs. Destiny to be says, the trial for my dad's murder only took a week. I can't even imagine what you went through. Destined to be. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that was or what state that was in, but this murder trial is rolling down the track, and this is only day 1. And the prosecution has said they might be done by Thursday. Today's Tuesday. Black Stump, I'm 70, and at 70, I know and have seen a lot. Experience and knowledge from family and others. Yes, we were talking about the makeup of the jury. I don't know. I think that having older women on the jury could potentially be beneficial to the defendant. I don't know. I feel like the generation above mine, let's say, went through a lot as young mothers and young wives in the 50s, 60s, and a lot more things were tolerated back then than they are now. And I think we don't want to continue that cycle, right? Plugliette du Monde said, I also knew nothing about this case, not even sure what a black swan is. I do think it must be a TV show. It's a ballet. It's a famous ballet. And I only put that in the title because that's the way all of media has been referring to it. So I wanted people to be able to find this coverage. So I called it the Black Swan trial. I think in the earlier stream from this morning in the title. But it is much more than that, as we are coming to see. Scott says, not many peeps there. I wonder locally how much community involvement in this case on either side. There were people outside the courthouse. I don't know how many were there today. Paula, if you know, let us know. Janelle says, the handgun evidence is very compelling to me. Having a weak grip on the weapon suggests lack of intent and more of a fear in response to me. Amy Lou says, I dislike the Black Swan. So wrong. There was an old movie. Who's in the movie? I confused them. Wasn't Anne Hathaway? Natalie Portman in a movie called Black Swan. Did anybody see that? That was a really Powerful movie from, I don't remember how long ago, but pretty powerful movie. Justin says, even if he punched a hole in the wall and shot through the ceiling, does that mean she's allowed to shoot him at a later time? Well, Justin, that's what we're going to hear the evidence about. The jury's going to be the finder of fact here, and they're going to determine whether or not she was in fear for her life based on her history with him. And based on Florida's stand your ground law, she didn't have a duty to retreat, even though we've heard that that's what she did do, was try to get away. And he blocked her way out. Little Cupcake wants to know, did they ask Eva yet if her mom and dad ever had a history of fighting or violence? No, they didn't. They did not ask that question. That's a great question. They may call her on redirect. I mean, the defense may call her in their case in chief, sorry. And it probably will be asked then. But in cross-examination, they're limited to direct examination. They can't go outside the scope. So perhaps that's why Mr. Taylor said he may recall her in his case in chief. I like your dog more. When people were talking earlier about a lot of people calling her a gold digger, says that he did not have life insurance. It expired 3 months before he died. Thank you. And thank you, Mel Stiller, for this, because most of us felt this way the other night in chat when we were talking about this, that the 6-year-old is outside with a sign. I'm going to pull up that picture because I redacted her face. And it says that little girl should not be parading outside. It's not fair to her. And I asked the chat, I said, is there anybody out there, because I felt the same way, that can explain to me or give me one good reason that her 6-year-old daughter should be out there holding a sign? And some people in the chat said, or one person said, she's helping her daughter understand about DV and generational abuse, and that it's okay to speak out. And I thought that that was a good opposing point of view. I'm going to show you, I'm going to publish this picture to you like you're the jury. I'm going to show you this picture. I redacted her face with a cupcake. So it says, keep my mommy free. And I said, if I were her attorney, I would say, please get your daughter and do not let her be outside the courthouse. She's 6 years old. But then some people pointed out to me, some other survivors, some other people said they're teaching her to speak out about things like this and how they need to be spoken about. And now that someone pointed out to me that this is misspelled, I can't unsee it. But I think this is Ashley's mom holding a sign that says Ashley Benefield punished for surviving, but surviving is spelled wrong. I can't unsee it now. So yeah, Mel, I said that too, and then I heard the other side of it, and I thought, I don't know. I still don't like it, but I can see where other people were coming from. Thank you, Team Brittany. If anybody wants to read Ashley's story, they have a website called WeStandWithAshley.com. Nikki McCormick, is the charge only murder 2 or is there lesser included? That's a great question. I think it's only murder 2. And I need to go back and look at the charging documents and see what they finally landed on. I'll have that for you tomorrow. Rara Monty says, where does the Karen read? Lawns are being vandalized with bleach balloons. I did see that also on a lot of the local news channels in Canton, Norfolk County. And I Like Your Dog More says the same thing. You're not a fan of the daughter being out there. This is with regard to Karen Reed. Her new trial is August 9th. No, the hearing on the motion to dismiss and the juror issue is on August 9th. January 27th is the new trial date. However, the judge says she's expecting appeals from whatever she decides on the motion regarding the jurors potentially having reached verdicts on counts 1 and 3 to acquit. So that's why the trial date is set for 6 months out. And Athena says the same thing. The only negative is putting her child out there, in my opinion. Paula, who was in the courtroom today, said that the judge is always looking around in the courtroom. When they showed photos of the victim, he kept an eye on Eva. And that's really telling. It tells us a lot about this judge and about his MO and the way he runs his courtroom. You're right, Missy. Trauma does not discriminate when it comes to age. Thank you so much to Amanda for your Venmo, who says she loves the coverage. And I put the Venmo up there because some of you can't send super chats for whatever reason. And also, YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So if people want to donate, Venmo is another great way. I will also always, if you want me to, read your question and give you a shout out. Some people like to remain anonymous. And if that's you like to remain anonymous, just put anon please before your question. I'm happy to do that. Anon please. And that is where we end for today, my friends. Thank you so much to the moderators. Please hit the like button on your way out. If you're in any Facebook groups or in any other groups that you think would benefit from this safe chat here and from the coverage that we're providing, because our mods are so amazing here. And it's a very welcoming place. Please feel free to share out the stream. We will be back probably a little before 9 tomorrow. Judge says he wants the jury back at 8:45. So we will see you tomorrow morning. Make sure you hit the bell so you get all notifications. And please make sure you hit the subscribe button because it's free and because I want to beat Vinnie Politan in the unofficial quest for subscribers that he doesn't know anything about. So that would really help. And the DNA button on the like button would really be helpful. And we promise Canton PD, Troopa Procta will not get your DNA. So thank you, my guys. And as I love you all, I love each and every one of you with all of my heart. Members, replay viewers, hit the like button, comment respectfully, please. Come for me in the comments respectfully. Everyone, as I always say to end every stream, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard, really. It is so not hard. Hasta mañana, my friends. I will see you in the morning. Sleep well. Peace.